welcome to the 4 October 2022 work session meeting. Before we get started here, I'm just going to let everybody know that the council will be, we're starting the formal or the work session meeting now. We're going to ask for a motion. I'm going to ask for a motion to go into closed session immediately. We're going to leave this link. We're going to go to a separate link, and we're going to come right back here after 25 minutes and start the open public hearing at that point. So right now, I would look for a motion to enter closed session for attorney-client matters.
Mr. Chair, I move that we enter closed session for the purpose of receiving advice of counsel on a reasonably imminent pending legal matter and disposition of real property.
Second.
I have a motion from Councilmember Wharton, a second from Councilmember Fowler. Any discussion on this item? Seeing no discussion on this item, I'll roll call as Councilmember Fowler.
Yes.
Wharton.
Yes.
Morris.
Yes.
Pietro.
Yes.
And I'm a yes. That passes 5-0. Councilmember Amano and Pui are absent at this time.
Councilmember Pui is actually online.
Oh.
Council Chair.
Councilmember Pui.
If you guys can unmute him. Thank you.
And Councilmember Pui. So that is 6-0. We will now be entering close. Well, we're going to be going into closed session at this time. Thank you. October meeting. We'll continue with our work session at this time. To keep everyone healthy and safe, we continue to host hybrid meetings. Our meetings are public, and you are welcome to join us in person or by watching from the Council's agenda page, Facebook, YouTube, and SLC TV. We hope you'll join us. You'll continue to join us in whichever manner you feel most comfortable. This is a work session meeting during which there is no public comment. Please join us tonight during the 7 p.m. formal meeting to share your comments. We welcome your feedback anytime by mail to P.O. Box 145 476 Salt Lake City 84114. Email us at council.comments@slcgov.com or 24-hour phone line 801-535-7654. Written comments we receive on agenda topics are shared with council members and posted to our website, slccouncil.com. We will generate our work session after this closed session, and we'll go to item number 1, informational update from the administration. All right. Thank you, Rachel, Andrew, Hannah.
Hello, council members. Thanks for having us today. Quick COVID update for you, among some other health updates. First slide, still have good COVID news to report. Cases in the U.S. and in Utah are down 24% over the last 2 weeks. Next slide, please. We have left up this booster FAQ just because it's been a couple of weeks since we talked, but again, there's a couple of differences between the Pfizer and the Moderna boosters. Pfizer is available to age 12 and up. Moderna is 18 and up. Those are the limitations there. The Omicron-specific booster has essentially superseded all of the other boosters now. And then as we get into flu season and everyone's thinking about getting flu boosted, you may want to just look back and remind yourself, when was the last time you got your COVID booster? If it's been more than 2 months and you're eligible for another booster, you should just go ahead and do that. Kids under the age of 12 cannot receive the new booster, but 5 and 11 will get the previous one. So just keep an eye out on the kid booster eligibility, as they are also getting ready for their flu vaccines. Next slide, please. Again, just good metrics on the county dashboard to report this week. It's been a little while, it seems like, since we've seen that much green on one of these graphs. But hospitalizations continue to go down, fewer people seeking emergency care, and more people up to date on their vaccinations this week. And hopefully that continues to grow as people start getting in to see their doctors this fall or going to the flu vaccine clinics. Next slide, please. Case counts over time, just to go back and feel like a sense of accomplishment as we see those cases fall over time. Next slide, please. The wastewater, no real trend here. It's pretty flat over the last month. Still keeping an eye on the wastewater, but at present in Salt Lake City and then most of our water districts around us, there's no trend. I think that's everything on COVID. We have, next slide, please. Quick monkeypox update. We have had 160 confirmed and probable cases of monkeypox in Utah. That vaccine is still somewhat limited, but it is currently available to any sexually active man, transgender, or non-binary person who has sex with men. Anyone who in the past 6 months has had sex in a commercial venue or in association with a large public event. So still very specific outreach on the vaccine, but if you do meet the criteria, you can call the county health department to schedule an appointment for vaccination or a booster. Second vaccination, I should say. I don't actually know if it's a booster. Second vaccination. Okay, one more slide on the flu. So this is pursuant to Council Chair's request to add a little bit additional information as we get into these seasonal issues here. So flu season is here, as you all probably know, and that activity really ramps up now and then peaks between December and February. So experts, if you're following the news, because we have to get worried about something we need to be worried about, a twindemic right now, which is a new exciting word in the lexicon. Twindemic, a surge of both COVID and the flu. There are some concerning trends coming out of the southern hemisphere, so we'll, of course, keep a close eye on that. So vaccinations, as always, are key. Everyone 6 months and older should be vaccinated. Most people only need 1 dose of the flu vaccine for the season. It's a good time right now to get vaccinated before the flu season really picks up. So there's the website there to find your nearest flu vaccine, and hopefully lots of clinics coming to an elementary school near you, and we'll continue to keep you updated on those opportunities in our subsequent updates. Any questions? Okay, thanks. I'm going to turn it over to Hannah Barton, Community Liaison.
Thanks, Rachel. I have a couple updates from the community engagement team. First, I think this is pretty standard, but I'll just direct everyone to slc.gov/feedback, which is where a lot of community engagement opportunities are posted to engage with the city, and there's a couple surveys that I'll refer to later on that can be found at that slc.gov/feedback. Next slide, please. A couple updates from planning in District 5 for the Ballpark Station Area Plan. The Planning Commission forwarded a recommendation to adopt the plan with a modification to increase density on Main Street north of 13th South. The next step is bringing it to the City Council, and that is currently in process. As far as HRC zoning, after stakeholder meetings, the public draft of the proposal is expected to be released mid-October, after which the 45-day comment period will begin. ADU modifications, the update to zoning regulations related to ADUs to make them a permitted use in all zoning districts and in compliance with state law has been recommended to adopt by the Planning Commission. Transmittal to City Council is in process. Next slide, please. A few transportation updates. In District 3, Salt Lake City is partnering with the Capitol Hill Neighborhood Council to implement neighborhood traffic calming strategies that promote safety, livability, and neighborhood character for area residents. The project team is working to hold an open house event for that project on November 16th. In District 5, the Kensington Neighborhood Byway Project will make pleasant and convenient routes for people using active modes of transportation by encouraging safe travel speeds, discouraging cut-through vehicle traffic, providing safe crossings of busy streets, and connecting people to destinations. There are 2 days left to provide feedback to the survey on that, which will close on October 6th. So again, you can find the link to that survey through the city's feedback page. The North Temple Mobility Hub study, the project team and consultants are nearly finished with preliminary concepts for the Mobility Hub to include space for both transit and transportation connections, as well as options for community space and community connections for this West Side Mobility Hub in support of the frequent transit network. The team will bring the concepts to the city technical team and community advisory committee for input and feedback in the next several weeks. The city team is also in continuing discussion with property owners who may potentially be interested in partnering on that project. In Sugar House, the transportation team is beginning efforts to combine the outreach for the city's transportation projects. Projects in this area include, but are not limited to, 11th East, Highland Drive reconstruction, 13th East reconstruction, 21st South reconstruction, the McClellan Trail, and shared street projects. Outreach continues on all of these projects, including making information available at the Forestdale Golf Course event this Saturday from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., as well as at the Sugar House Art Walk in November. Next slide, please. An update on Thriving in Place from CAN. The out-of-town consultants for Thriving in Place will be in town next week for some targeted Phase 2 engagement to seek input and ideas regarding potential plan recommendations for collaborative action toward displacement mitigation in the city. The team plans to convene meetings with CAN leadership, the city steering committee, the community working group, and several organizations and service providers working specifically with West Side communities. Folks can review Phase 1 results on the project website, which is thrivinginplaceslc.org, and folks can stay tuned for opportunities to provide input on Phase 2 recommendations. Next slide, please. From Public Utilities, Tanner Reservoir was constructed in 1932 and is in need of an update. The reservoir will be rebuilt next to the current 1 million gallon reservoir and be completed by 2025. This is a new project, so a website with more information is currently being created, and public engagement with stakeholders is just starting on that. Next slide, please. From our community engagement team in the mayor's office, in July, we launched our community office hours. Every month, our liaison team holds office hours in each city council district. The goal here is to be proactive and reach residents who don't typically engage with our office. So those locations are listed there. I personally will be at Cafe on First this Friday in the Avenues. And then I'm lucky enough to be at Caputo's next week to get a sandwich and hopefully talk with some great residents. So that'll be good. Next slide, please. Lastly, just want to finish up with some upcoming events for the month of October. Specifically want to highlight that the Monster Block Party on the 28th is a city-sponsored event. There will be trunk or treating, a costume contest, live performances, free for everyone of all ages, so that'll be fun. And I know that we're also looking forward to the International Market on October 29th. And that's all for me.
Thank you, Hannah.
Thanks.
Mr. Chair and council members, you can see the current occupancy rates of the resource centers for last week higher, 98% plus, which we can anticipate going into the fall. We'll continue on. As we move into the overflow period, October through April, we'll also be giving you updated numbers on each of those new locations and their occupancy through the winter. Next slide. On the left, you'll see the upcoming schedule. This is the monthly schedule we have. 14th will be a resource fair at Library Square. 17th is Kayak Court, and the 28th is a multiple case docket for the courts. They do virtually. On the right, you'll see the current 5 locations for winter overflow. The top one is the day services at Weekend Center, St. Vincent de Paul. And then those dates in yellow are actually tentative, so don't set those in stone right now, but based on staffing and the provider's abilities to get things ready, they are hoping that on the 17th of this month, St. Vincent de Paul downtown will have 65 beds, and then the Mill Creek location will have at least 100, maybe a little more than that, depending on the spatial needs. And then you'll see November 1st is the current target date for the 3 existing resource centers to increase their capacity for the winter months by the numbers you'll see up there. The rapid intervention team continues to work with active camps and then some other sites. We've talked before that they'll go out and evaluate sites, and if they can engage with folks who are staying there and to get them into services, they'll give them some time to do that before they'll go in for cleaning or sort of an intervention that way. So you'll see there's a mixture of active engagement sites and then some cleaning areas as well each week that rotate back and forth a bit. And then the health department will be on the Jordan River primarily this week, doing some remediation stuff, probably a little farther north, I'm guessing. Any questions, Mr. Chair or council members?
No questions. Oh, go ahead.
Anytime, council member. You're welcome, council member. I'll keep trying to improve every week.
That's my vulnerable.
I wanted to add to that, Andrew, and to your team. I went on a drive-by with Chief Brown on last week. Is it drive-by? Sorry, I don't. Drive along, drive-by. Drive along. Sorry, English is my second language. And the by on Ian, I failed those English classes. But we've noticed, he took me around District 4 and the hot spots and things that coincide with what what the neighbors call us about, and things are looking way, way, way better from what a year ago used to look. So, and he was telling me all of the different teams that we know about, but rapid intervention team, all of them. So the improvement, it's obvious, and he was saying, what else can we do? I'm like, no, keep doing this. This is great. So I appreciate all of the effort and the headache that you go through to get this done. So please pass it along. Thank
We
you.
definitely will, and the HART team will appreciate that very much, so thank you. And their work with police is, I think, paying off. We have a lot to do, but some improvements noticeable. Thanks.
Thank you, Andrew. Anna, Rachel, appreciate that. Council, we're moving on to item number 2, updates on the Glendale Regional Park planning. Allison, Roland, there she is, right? Kat Moss, there's Kat. And Kristen's here. And you can stay there. Gotcha. All right. Allison, it's all yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you can see, Kat and Nancy are available online. They'll be providing the presentation. This is essentially updates from the Public Lands Department on the Glendale Regional Park planning process. It includes the preferred site plan, which they'll explain in more detail later, anticipated phasing for site development, a preview of the information in the upcoming Glendale Regional Park Master Plan, which the council saw last May 3rd, and then in addition, a review of the community engagement process for the master plan, and a discussion of an option for site certification, which is a certification process similar to LEED for buildings, but this is for parks and open spaces. The council may remember that back last May, the project team for this park needed to advance with the detailed design of Phase 1 park elements to meet this deadline that Glendale Regional Park area has on providing active park space. This is because the site was originally funded by the Federal Land and Water Conservation Fund. So that has gone forward, and in order to help meet the first phase project deadline of April 1st, 2024. Sorry, I kind of mangled all that, but I hope it's clear. So this master plan, the master plan itself, will come before the council sometime in the next few months after it's reviewed by the Planning Commission, which will be later in October, and implementation of the full Glendale Regional Park Master Plan will be phased to reflect funding and strategic opportunities, as well as staff capacity and logistics. As you may remember, this park is included in the general obligation bond, so the question will be before voters of whether to provide a significant chunk of financing or not in November. So much will depend on that. I will turn it over to Kat and Nancy now.
Kat.
Cat, Cat, what, Cat? Cat?
Kat, we need to interrupt for a minute.
I don't think she can hear us.
Hold on one minute, please, Kat.
Cat, can you hear me?
Council Chair, we've lost audio from WebEx, and now it appears they cannot hear us. So could we have consideration of a small recess to work through a technical?
Yes, we're going to take a pause here for technical issues, and I think Kristen is texting Cat at this time.
Thank you. I think
We're
between
on pause
5
for this work session at this moment, whether you can hear me or not. We're on pause. and Kat, you'll probably have to rewind like 2 slides because you're doing a great job, and but no one could hear you except us.
Sounds good.
Yeah, that's a good one right there.
This one, perfect.
Sure.
And was there another question that I missed, or was it just you couldn't hear me?
We just couldn't hear you.
Okay, perfect. I will start back here. Apologies to the folks online. This may be a repeat. So I will just dive into some of the larger elements that you'll see in this master plan. The full draft is available online. So this is just kind of an overview of the plan. But it includes a site background and analysis that includes kind of an assessment of the local and regional access to the site, the context within the Jordan River corridor and the neighborhood, the city, and the region, as well as kind of highlighting the unique ecological elements and the goals for the site, and a demographic study of the community and the city. And it includes a summary of the public engagement and how it was used in the plan. And it includes the preferred conceptual site plan, which you'll see here in a moment, that is just kind of the high-level look at the layout, the amenities to be included in the future site. And it also makes recommendations for immediate and long-term activation and programming, potential community partnerships as well. It goes over the goals and metrics of the plan that are based on stakeholder and public engagement that include recommendations on improving connectivity and access to the site, creating community spaces, and assessing the sustainability and ecological function with restoration to the site into the future. And then it also includes an implementation and phasing strategy, along with high-level kind of cost estimates with what that will take, O&M planning, and programming recommendations. Next slide, please. So you all, I believe, had seen these before in our last briefing, but I just want to kind of touch on how these are used in the plan. They were vetted through community and public engagement and kind of helped us to define the amenities, the programming, and the environmental recommendations and proposals that are present in the plan. So really the highlights are we really wanted this park to be neighborhood centric, celebrating the community, while also being kind of a citywide destination that celebrates the Jordan River. We wanted there to be really active programming to promote cultural expression and amplify park safety, and also provide high levels of environmental quality to both improve the community quality and environmental justice and overall access to nature within the city. And then something new with these goals are you will see in the plan a set of metrics that kind of show how the park design meets these goals and fulfills the mission. So that's present in the plan as well. Next slide, please. So these are the 2 site plans that were presented to you at the last briefing, and they were also the plans that were presented to the public during our engagement period. So we asked folks to kind of look at these plans more like a puzzle, and kind of look at the individual amenities within these plans that folks would like to see, give us comments on the layout and their general thoughts about each of these plans. And we kind of asked some of the questions that were like, what would draw you to this site? Where would you like certain things to be located within the 17-acre site? And what types of things do you see yourself and your family using at this park? So we engaged with nearly 1,500 folks. And at that point, the project team analyzed the engagement and kind of extracted elements that would need to be included in these plans that the community wanted to see, including a rough layout, the context of the individual amenities, and then the types of activities also that these amenities could support. And it is a 17-acre site, so there is a lot of space available, and there were a number of different nodes and amenities that we included that will be shown in the concept plan. Next slide, please. So based on the public engagement, these were really the top features that the design team knew had to be included in the full park design. Things that kind of came to the forefront included places to gather with community members, places to share food and culture, amenities associated with water, and as well as amenities associated with the Jordan River. And then active, playful, colorful features to make sure the park is a really vibrant space and a really safe space. Some additional highlights included community plazas, an all ages, all abilities playground with assistive technologies, And then overwhelmingly, we heard the need for a water feature at the site, particularly an outdoor pool really rose to the top, kind of as a nod to the old water park, but also to provide access to water play on the city's west side, which is kind of lacking in comparison to east side access. So based on all of this community input and the investigation of the site, our consultant pursued throughout the past year. The project team came up with a final park design, which is now available to the public. Next slide, please. And is shown here. So this is kind of the final design for the park that is shown in our master plan draft. It is based on what we heard through community engagement, specific amenities, location, and layout, and overall themes that the community highlighted. We see here kind of a large flagship playground for all ages, ranging from top play to play areas for older children and even adults as well, including assistive technologies. We see places to gather like plazas, a signature pavilion that we're hoping to make a really unique feature, and then lawn spaces for active recreation or passive recreation as well. And we see some really active features in addition. So we have climbing features, a skating ribbon, skate park, an outdoor pool, and the plan also really celebrates the Jordan River as an asset. We focus on riparian restoration. We incorporated picnicking areas and boardwalks along the river, providing an opportunity for like an interpretive experience. And then we even have a riverside beach with sand volleyball proposed along the river as well. And we've included infrastructure for farmers markets and food trucks, flex spaces that can be used for a variety of different events, and then included improved parking on the site as well, with additional access proposed across 1700 South to access the 1700 South River Park currently, and also across the Jordan River to connect with the Jordan River Parkway. So in addition to this site design, the draft plan document also includes a phasing strategy. So next slide, please. So in the plan, this is proposed for a phase one, which, as Allison mentioned, does have to be open to the public by April 2024 because of the requirements from the land and water conservation funding used to purchase the site. So we're currently working with our consultants to design workshop towards the design of phase one to meet this deadline. So this kind of shows the location of potential elements for phase one, which were decided upon based on public engagement, feasibility of construction within this tight timeline to make sure that we can get that project done and open. Implementation of an area that would be able to remain open through construction of future phases, and then also what elements and area of the park would be able to make the most impact. So we elected to develop the portion of the park that's adjacent to the current Glendale Park so that we can kind of create a contiguous park experience and really maximize our impact and park space in phase one. Next slide, please. So these are kind of the nodes that you'll see in phase one. With the high desire from the community for gathering and active play, we have a playground feature and a community plaza area. Additionally, in order for this park to be successful, we recognize the need for immediate opportunities for programming and activation to get people onto the site right away. So this community plaza and promenade provides infrastructure for markets and food trucks and events. And then to accommodate the expected increased use at the site, even with phase one, we've included parking development in this phase as well. Next slide, please. So we're kind of exploring these detailed elements for phase one. This is kind of where we're at in terms of schematic design right now. We're hoping to include a unique pavilion structure, some gathering spaces, and incorporate an open lawn and full court basketball, which was based on public engagement. And then, as I mentioned, the large promenade will be able to immediately accommodate farmers markets and events and those types of things. And we are keeping in mind throughout the design process how future development will impact the space. So we're kind of leaving spaces open for connections to the different phases. So we're currently designing for an impactful phase one to kind of open to the public in 2024. We recognize that some elements may need to be scaled back due to potential budgetary constraints. We've faced a lot of escalation and inflation over the past years, as I'm sure you're aware, and the demolition of the site, there were some unforeseen circumstances that could impact the scale of phase one. However, Public Lands is intending to apply for a budget amendment to complete this phase one which of course will be contingent on the results of the GO bond passage in November. Next slide, please. Okay, I'm almost through. Next steps for where we're at kind of right now. We have presented this plan to our Parks, Natural Lands, Urban Forestry, and Trails Advisory Board, as well as the Transportation Advisory Board and the Glendale Community Council. So our next step here is in the adoption process, now that we've shared out this plan with the public, will be to appear before the Planning Commission. And so our public noticing period for the Planning Commission is 45 days and will conclude on October 10th. Which is when the project team will then hopefully present to the Planning Commission to request feedback and recommendation for adoption to City Council. So we're hopeful for this presentation to be around the end of November and then work towards a transmittal to City Council by the end of the year. Those are all tentative dates, of course. And then concurrently, in order to meet our deadline for opening phase 1, we'll continue to move forward with design of that phase 1 that I've shared and move forward with that project as well. And then the final slide, please. So the full draft is available online for perusal along with the project background. And we also have an interactive site map where you can kind of view more intimately the individual amenities and programming opportunities on the site. But thank you all so much for your time. Again, apologies I couldn't be there in person, but I would love to address any questions and comments you might have at this point.
Thank you very much, Kat. Council members, any questions for Kat?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, Kat. Thank you for that presentation. My question is actually, I mean, I have a pretty high level of confidence that our voters support open lands and parks, but assuming the GO bond does not pass in November, are we at risk of missing that deadline of 2024 for reopening the park? And what would our backup plan be, and kind of what can the voters expect?
That is a great question. Thank you, Councilmember. Public Lands is in the process of submitting, I think today was the deadline, a budget amendment to request additional funds to complete this proposed phase 1. And so contingent on the bond passage, if it does not pass, we will move forward with this budget amendment request for impact fees at the site, and are hopeful that we can utilize our impact fees to at least fund phase 1.
Thank you, Councilman Fowler.
And sorry, and phase 1 would allow us to meet that deadline and still have time to fundraise and find another way to pay for the remaining phases. Am I understanding that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Thanks, Kat.
Yeah, thank you.
Hi, Kat. Thank you so much. I recognize that this presentation and where we're at in the process is sort of, we're high level, but at the same time, we're in 2022 and in October. So we're, 15, 16 months away, maybe 18 months away from that 2024 deadline. And now knowing that there is a potential budget amendment coming, one of the things that I don't see in the transmittal or staff report, and maybe I just have missed it, is what is, this is sort of like a three-phased question. So one, I don't see anything regarding ongoing maintenance of the facility and how much this is going to cost us as we continue building it. Because as we look at phase 1 and go into phase 1 and say everything happens fabulously and we get it built, then phase 2, phase 3, phase 4 are only going to increase in costs because we're going to have to continue maintaining the phases before that. And so again, I recognize that, and maybe this is more of a comment instead of a question, unless you have an answer to me. But, you know, I recognize that we're sort of at this high level of just communicating and figuring out what the community wants. But as everyone always hears me say, yay, give the community a unicorn, but what's the good in having a unicorn if it's dead because we can't maintain it? So that needs to be part of the narrative, in my opinion, needs to be part of the discussion as we move forward. So I don't know if you want to speak to that before I go to my next question, which now I forgot, so I might need a time anyway.
Yes, I can address what I can with that. There is a yeah, like you mentioned, a high level kind of proposal in the master plan for maintenance and operations with cost estimates for that as well. But at this point, the administration's plan is to use the funding our future dollars for maintenance of new bond funded facilities, or particularly phase one. And then when the time comes for us to add more staff for the maintenance of the site, we will work with the administration and you all at City Council to allocate and fund those positions.
Okay, and then my second question, and I don't, well, again, sort of high level as we look at the unicorn and the beautifulness that of the pictures that come out of the whole Glendale Park. One of the things I think we've seen throughout the city, and I would say probably throughout time, and I can think of a couple of examples, is that we're, as a city, I think that it seems sometimes to me that there's struggle in programming these facilities, such that where we have high hopes, we either don't have the staff, we haven't necessarily, and again, this may be in phase 5, right? So we're talking maybe, 10 years down the road, but I think it's important that we are thinking about that now so that we have that plan in place. And I can give a good example of golf courses, right? That are we programming them in a way that where we have an anticipation that they're going to pay for themselves, or they're going to, generate something that we're not actually utilizing them in the most beneficial way, right? And so as we look at this, and there's all of these great amenities, and we're going to have these programming ideas, are we actually going to fulfill that? And is that something that's on the mind of you guys as we're going out into the community and making these promises?
Yeah, Councilmember Fowler, I appreciate that comment so much. And programming has definitely been at the forefront, I think, of our minds and the community's minds as we were going through engagement. I think people definitely recognize that in order for this site to be successful, it has to be programmed. And so with that, we engaged a sub-consultant. They're called Agora Partners throughout the master planning partner or process, that specifically all they did was focus on community partnerships in Salt Lake City that would be feasible in the future. So there is a section in the plan that outlines specific programming recommendations and various infrastructures that the city could pursue to make this a successfully programmed site. Because I mean, to your point, we kind of recognize the limited capacity that public lands and the city may have to successfully program this. So we kind of leaned on that sub-consultant to make proposals within the plan to engage external community partners.
Great, that's excellent. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Councilor, any questions?
Mr. Chair?
Councilman Pui.
Yeah, I just thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to share some thoughts. There's no questions here, Kat. Thank you so much for your presentation and for presenting to the community councils on the west side and near this project. And thank you for your work and your team incorporating the ideas that the community share and creating ways of engaging the community. And I know that was a lot of work, and that work needs to happen. And I'm very encouraged by the effort that your team and the consultants put together to capture the feedback from the community. And I just wanted to say something that that is in my mind when I see this project. Is the West Side deserve a park like this? The West Side and the communities of the West Side deserve this. The neighbors in that area of town deserve these amenities, and I really hope that we can make it happen. So I know that this might be meaningless as a feedback, but I just wanted to say that I really, really hope that this happens, and I will do anything in my power to help in this project. So thank you, Kat, and thank you, the administration, for this.
Thank you, Councilmember.
And Kat, also, thank you. I was at the TAB as a fly on the wall at the Transportation Advisory Board meeting, And I really appreciate the discussion we had there. And just to kind of reemphasize that whole idea of 1700 South and access to the park and biking and trail and crosswalks there, and also street calming of that 1700. So that makes it a very livable connection with the northern section of the park that's really not the park, but the whole Jordan River and how it extends. And I think it's a beautiful connection because with most of the residents going there by bike or foot, 1700 needs to be a very safe and welcoming entrance for the community. So thank you for the discussion, and thank you for working with transportation on dovetailing those two projects together. So appreciate that. I see no other further questions. Have a great evening. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Council, we're moving on to item number 3. And we're going to item number 3 and 4, which is regarding the Other Side Village. And it's the follow-up on the Other Side Village pilot project at 1850 West Indiana Avenue, public benefit analysis, and a resolution to authorize the lease rate and terms, and then also the rezoning to facilitate development of the Other Side Village at 1850 West Indiana Avenue follow-up. Allison is still at the table? And we have Katie Lewis and we have Kimberly. Katie?
Hi, council members. Katie Lewis, Salt Lake City Attorney. Allison, did you want to start out or do you want me to start?
Katie Lewis is here to start us out.
Thank you. I'm sorry I jumped in there.
I appreciate it.
But you all are discussing 2 agenda items today. The public benefits analysis, which is tied to a potential ground lease of city-owned property for less than fair market value, and the potential rezone of that property, and tied to that, any conditions that you might want to add in a development agreement that would be the document that would guide the construction requirements for the development of the tiny home project. Included in your packet are the original resolution, which includes a term sheet, which would be the terms in the ground lease, and also a more recent document that includes additional conditions that could be in the ground lease and also conditions that could be in the development agreement. You may want to take a look at any of those terms and consider whether they are the conditions that you would want for your potential approval of the public benefits analysis and the rezone. And with that, Allison, I didn't know if you wanted to have someone share a screen or go through each one, or how you want to handle the council's consideration of those, but that's the introduction today.
I look to the chair.
I think we should kind of walk us through those items.
So, Katie, are you able to do that?
Absolutely. That I will need someone to share a screen for me. Sorry.
I've got it, Katie.
Thank you. So we could start at the approval of the rezone request, which is in your packets, and Cindy Lou is working on it. I'll guide your attention to a document that was sent to you after the last council meeting, and it's titled Approval of Rezone Request, and then the next page is Approval of Public Benefits Analysis. And it goes through potential terms that could be in your motion sheet and would be incorporated into the development agreement. That's it. Yes. Councilmember Fowler has it. Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry that we didn't have that queued up right away. While we're waiting, does anyone have any questions generally about the public benefits analysis or the rezone, or I can start talking with you about the terms while we're waiting for them to be on the screen? Is that what you would?
Go ahead and start talking about the terms.
Okay, great. So the approval of the rezone request, there are conditions that would be prior to the publication of the zoning amendment ordinance. So if you all voted on this on October 18th, the rezone would be approved, but it wouldn't be published, so the rezone wouldn't actually go into effect until certain sort of preconditions had been met. And the ones that were recommended in this term sheet are finalization of the development agreement, completion of environmental remediation of the pilot phase acreage, so that's the approximately 8 acres, which would be at the Other Side Village's expense, and an executed guarantee of up to $5 million from Joseph Grenny, which I think we've all talked about in previous meetings, but those are the 3 conditions that would trigger the property to actually become rezoned. So that's sort of initial conditions. And then the second conditions are what would be baked into the development agreement that you all may want to put in your motion sheet as conditions for approving the rezone. So are there any questions, first of all, about the initial conditions prior to publishing the zoning ordinance? And does that concept make sense to everyone? Okay. Okay, I'll keep going.
Yes.
Okay. So the next concepts that we have in the development agreement, and just to sort of frame what a development agreement does for the record, it is the document that is the contractual agreement between the city and the Other Side Village on what will be built on the property. So the conditions that would be important to put in there are that they construct certain improvements. Those improvements would include a minimum number of homes for residential use. The number that is being proposed is 60 for residential use, 54 for affordable, 10% of the 60 for staff, and an additional 25% for what the village is calling the inn. Separate buildings to serve the residents, infrastructure, and certain security infrastructure. So those are the conditions that we would recommend for the contractual agreement on what will be built on the property. Are there any questions or comments about that? Okay. Then the next thing that the development agreement would have is what's called a schedule of development, and that's important because it tells the developer and the city when we will interact with each other, what types of approvals the city will provide along the way, and what trigger points there will be for them to do certain construction or improvements. One thing that we heard in the last council meeting, and it was reflected in this document when it's there it is, although we should go to the approval of rezone request, which I think is the page before this one. Yeah, that's great. So that's very, very small writing, and hopefully we can make it a little bit bigger. But one thing that we heard that this document shows is the suite of remedies that the city would have that you all might want to include in your motion sheets and your conditions for approval if the development agreement is not complied with, if the organization breaches, and that's called an event of default. That this suite or menu of remedies could include termination. It could include enforcing on the performance, so requiring them to actually do what they say they were going to do, and any other remedies that we could have at a court of law. So we put this document together for the rezone portion of the conversation to talk about what would be important to the council as conditions for the rezone, and what remedies would you want to see in sort of the menu of remedies that would go into the contract. And those are important because those are the conditions and the enforcement tools that you would be comfortable with to approve the rezone. So those are the development agreement concepts. I don't know, Kimberly, if you think I've missed anything, or the CAN team. Does anyone have any questions about the conditions? If not, we can move on to the public benefits analysis, where I think it's a longer list and it's a more, because the ground lease is a 40-year document that is really focused on the operation of the village, there may be some things you want to focus on there in terms of the conditions.
Sorry, Katie, Mr. Chair, if I may. The ground lease is a 4-year?
4D, sorry,
I thought
40.
you said 4, and I was like, I thought we were doing this for 40 years, and now I'm
Yeah,
really confused.
Thank you. Yes,
Okay.
I'll speak more clearly. I
Nope, you're fine.
apologize.
Thank you.
That's a great segue to the ground lease.
I tried.
Thank you. So the ground lease is the document that will contain the conditions that the council requires in order to approve the less than fair market rent for leasing city property. This document is a 40-year lease for, right now, proposed to be the pilot site, which is the 8 acres. And there are two tranches, I would say. The first are the conditions that you may want to authorize or require prior to executing the ground lease. And then there are the conditions that would be in the ground lease for the 40-year term. I'll just keep on going okay. So the conditions to authorize the execution of this below fair market value rent would be finalizing the development agreement, approving the financial sources and uses, financial commitments, an operating budget guarantee from the sister entity, the Other Side Academy, for the Other Side Village, and completion of environmental remediation. So those are the requirements before the ground lease is even executed that we would suggest if the council wants them as conditions for the public benefits analysis. And then we've got proposed conditions that would be in the ground lease that really have to do with operation of the site. And Kimberly, I don't know if you, being the primary drafter of the ground lease, would like to jump in and start that, or if you want me to just keep rolling. Go ahead.
Up to you.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, so I'm Kimberly Chitris, Senior City Attorney, and I'm happy to walk through this with you. If you scroll to the very end of the document, sorry, Cindy Lou, or whoever's controlling that, we have attached what was the term sheet that was sent to you in the original transmittal that was discussed last week. And this term sheet has sort of the initial set of requirements for how the property will be operated, what TOSA or TOSV is required to do under the ground lease to prove up the public benefits that justify the below market lease rate. So I'm happy to go through these if you'd like, or if you, maybe I can just go through them at a high level and let me know if you have any questions. Does that work? And then what I would suggest to you, and this is something I try to tell my clients, and it's hard to understand sometimes, but if there's something that you expect the other party to do, we want to be able to point to it in the contract. So if there's something that's important to you, please bring it up and we'll talk about where it's addressed or how we can add it as we go through these conditions. So the initial set of conditions are the unit requirements. As Katie mentioned, we're talking about 85 units. 60 of them are proposed to be residences. 54 of those would be affordable. Up to 10% or up to 6 of them would be for staff who lives on site. There are proposed 3 out of the 54 that would be ADA compliant, and that could be increased depending on need of the residents. And then the remaining 25 units would be used for a community inn. We have occupancy requirements next as to who is allowed to be a resident within the village. The most important concept here is that they first must meet the definition of chronically homeless, which is a HUD definition. And then in the event that there are not enough applications from those that are chronically homeless who otherwise qualify to live in the village, then there's the possibility of offering residence to homeless persons, which is a less restrictive requirement.
Kimberly, I want to go back to the 3 ADA compliant. So you already got your 60 built. I'm assuming those houses will be fairly close to being ADA compliant, because if you only have 3 and you have a number of potential clients that are requiring that, then you're going to have to upgrade those units to allow them, and I don't want them to be taken off a list to be able to join the village because they don't have a resident that they can move into.
Right. So I think I'm going to call on Tammy. I know this has been discussed in that 3 will be wheelchair accessible, ADA compliant from the beginning. And my understanding is the other units are able to be converted to ADA compliant. See, I don't know if we have any standards yet as far as how many ADA compliant units they would be going to build to accommodate the applications, the residents. Do you know that, Tammy? I'm sorry to put you on the spot.
I spoke with TOSA about this, and their plans right now include 3, but they don't plan on turning anyone away who would need ADA accessibility, so they would modify units as they go and increase the number of ADA depending on tenant needs.
So the modifications would just be a very simple modification because they're already getting rid of, eliminating the door jams and wide doors and restroom facilities. That will all probably be in each room, I'm assuming, because those are expensive upgrades.
I would assume as well, but I could get detailed information and respond to you via email.
Okay.
Would that work?
Yes, please.
Thanks.
Okay. More questions on the units, or do you want me to move on? Okay.
Sorry, the one question was, so right now, maximum of 60 units?
Minimum.
Minimum. That even for the get-go, like, boom, 60, or are they phasing it? We're going to do 10, 15?
I assume they will be built over time. And when we get to the newer conditions, we've talked about how they would build the units in connection with the other amenities and services, because they all support each other, right? We don't want like the social enterprise things to be put in place without residential units and without these services.
Okay.
And so what we've included is a statement of intention that obviously it'll be built over time, but it should be all built together so that the residents who are there are able to partake of services. And then there's social enterprise needs to support the development. And I think it's possible that they might want to group the residences by funding availability. So as the administration was looking at sources and uses, that would be tied to their development plans, because obviously that happens a little bit over time, just to construct those and put them on site.
Okay, so 60 units minimum, meaning, and do they have a timeline? Like, do we have a timeline for them to say, okay, we're agreeing to 60 units within 5 years? You have to have 60 units, or what are we doing?
So the development agreement does contemplate a timeline.
Okay.
That has not yet been fully negotiated with TOSA.
Okay.
So you could look at the drafts. Well, we could talk about drafts.
Okay.
And when we do that, what kinds of things are required in the timeline.
Okay. Oh, you
but
have a timeline.
that falls under sort of the negotiation part with
Okay.
the administration that's still in ongoing.
Okay.
And any timeline would start after environmental remediation.
Right.
That's
so the
still
conditions,
the unknown time.
Right. So the conditions that Katie went over the documents would be signed after the environmental remediation is done, and DEQ has signed off on whatever the compliance is with the right standards for the development.
And we also have to realize that the pro forma basically says they got 60 built and they're renting out those apartments or the other 25 or so right away. So they're not going to extend these 60s because they need the income generated from those units and the
It's not that
enterprises.
much a year.
Yeah, they need all that to hit their numbers.
Yeah, and one thing that we've been talking about is that this is the intention of this project is housing, and so we wouldn't want, for example, the community inn to all be built out and not be housing the intended residents. So that's why it will all have to kind of go together, and that will happen over some period of time.
And council members, just to put a very fine point on that, in the document that has the potential conditions for you all to consider and potentially include in your motion for the public benefits analysis, item number 3 specifically addresses that requirement that the different uses, including residential and the services, should be constructed alongside each other so that there are services to support occupied residences and vice versa. So that's one of those conditions for you to focus on as you're thinking about your motion.
And we define services to support those occupied residences, both in terms of support to the direct inhabitants and also as support to the financial security of the community. So like that cookie enterprise that they're projecting would contribute to the financial solvency, and so that's approved and allowed?
Right, so if you look, if we scroll down a little bit in the term sheet, there's a paragraph on supportive services as the kind of services that will be provided to support the residents within the village. And then there's also the social enterprise type uses, like one proposed is the cookie and the thrift store, where those will be used to support the financial viability of the village. Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, Councilman Pui.
I have a quick question on the, so for some reason, and this is not new though, but we went from talking about a bodega to a thrift store. And I know that the Other Side Academy runs several of those, and it makes sense that they will want to run one of those. But are we still talking about a bodega type place, a place where people can buy milk and cheese or whatever it is, the bodegas, mini supermarket type place? Or is that sort of morph into a thrift store idea and the bodega stuff sort of got pushed to the side? Can I get clarification on that?
Sure, I don't know where to look. Sorry, Councilmember Pui, but the thrift store was part of their initial proposal. The bodega is still in play as something to be added as a condition. And I know this is a little bit confusing in the order, and I apologize for that. The initial documents we're talking about right now, this is the initial term sheet that was provided to you for last week's meeting. And this is where it sets out the leasing requirements, the rents, the tenant selection, and then in general, how the supportive services and social enterprise work. If we go back up, I'm so sorry, Cindy Lou, to make you jump all over. If you go back up, starting on page 2, where we have potential ground lease requirements, what we have done is taken all the things from the prior discussions and questions that you have asked, and we have created this list that are more specific to the concerns that you have addressed. And these are things that we can talk about today as to what you want to add as conditions to the ground lease. And
Councilmember Pui, to answer your question specifically, on that list, item number 14 identifies operation of a bodega or similar grocery store as one of the conditions. So one thing to think about is if we're just looking at these conditions and going through that, if you feel like you sort of have an understanding of the term sheet already, and we start going through the conditions, we could start right there on number 1 and say, any changes? How do you feel about condition number 1? How do you feel about condition number 2, which is the term sheet? Condition number 3 is, so maybe that's a good way to direct your attention if you feel like you understand the term sheet generally.
Would that be helpful?
That might be helpful, just kind of start with that.
Thank you.
I remember one.
Absolutely.
I agree.
Thank you, Councilmember. So if we start at those potential ground lease requirements, number 1 is really a more detailed description of what the units look like and what the other buildings look like that are proposed for this phase. So this is where we have the at least 60 tiny homes. 54 of them are residences that will be deed restricted for affordable, at the affordable level of 30% of area median income and below. And then 6 of those would be able to be used for housing for on-site staff. Then this is where we address at least 3 affordable units are ADA compliant, more if dictated by resident needs. I captured this up to 6 units for staff, 25 for the community inn. And then these are the other buildings that are contemplated on the site eventually to support the uses. So one is they are talking about like a neighborhood center that's a clubhouse type use for residents. The sizes will be appropriate to the development. So those might want to be changed or made bigger depending on how the development's going and what they need. One building would be the social enterprise building where they're talking about the initial proposal was the thrift store and the cookie enterprise. That could also house a bodega, or the bodega could be in a separate building. And then the last building contemplated is a community center where they can provide services. So you'll see there's a medical clinic, mental health clinic, social services, plus the village's administrative offices and security office. So those are the specific developments that are buildings that are contemplated being developed.
So I'm a little confused with numbers because we have 60, but 54 of them have to be used as residences. 6 might be used as staff housing, and then we're talking about up to 25 additional for that inn. Would that, if they choose to do the inn, would that mean on those initial 8 acres that we would flex up to 85 small home structures?
I think technically we're talking about 85 small home structures.
On the original 8 acres?
In the original 8 acres. Okay. But they've asked for 25 of those to be, they're a little bit separated to be used as the community inn.
Again, as like another social enterprise kind of concept.
Exactly.
Sorry, this is
Nope,
not,
don't be
like,
sorry.
visuospatial reasoning is not my strength. 8 acres comprehends enough space for everything that we've said with dignity and an eye toward, wise community planning?
That would not be my strength in planned unit development
The good
sizing.
thing Nick Norris is here. Every time I see Nick, I'm like, I just want to hear his voice.
A fantastic planning director and planning department who would be looking over the planned unit, like plans.
The answer is yes, you can fit all that on 8 acres. These are fairly small footprint buildings, and so 8 acres, if you do the math, is roughly 340,000 square feet of land. And so when you start looking at that with a 13,000 square foot community center and even 80 homes, none of which are probably more than 500 square feet, then you start to be like, all right, there's only X number of square feet for building footprint required, and then how they lay that out with roads and everything else will be determined.
Thank you.
Think about this block, 10 acres, fit all of that in this. And not in this building, but in the block. Yeah.
Would you like me to go on? So I guess I'd ask if there are other concerns or questions under this requirement.
Chair, I do have one question. The number 3 ADA compliant units, is that arbitrary? Like that number is arbitrary, or is it a HUD requirement that per many units you put 3?
No, this is just, I think, their initial proposal, but like Tammy explained, they're willing to
To do more.
modify units to meet resident needs.
Can we do? Could we require more, Tammy? I mean, it feels like the folks that we're trying to help might have mobility issues. Like, these are very vulnerable people. Like, and so 3 out of 60 sounds a little to me. I mean, sorry, low to me. So, could we do
Yes.
at least 5 people in wheelchair, or?
It's my understanding building code actually requires 0 ADA, so it is TOSA's initial plans to include 3 units, but like I said, they would modify additional units to meet tenant needs. But I think if that's a preference of the council, I think TOSA would be willing to plan to do additional from the get-go. The intent of the population served is those that meet the definition of chronically homeless. And as we know, that includes a long length of homelessness and a disabling condition, which could be various disabling conditions, but it could include physical disabilities.
Yeah, if that's okay, I
So-
would request that we have at least 5. I can drive around and show you 3 of our homeless neighbors that are chronically homeless in downtown already, like it's full. So we'll fill it up really quickly.
I don't want to be presumptuous, and I could get feedback and an official response from TOSA, but I think that would be
Be okay.
okay.
If you don't mind, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll just make notes, if you don't mind, of the
Yeah.
things.
Councilman Petro.
Would it be within our purview to set just a universal design standard so that each unit, as it's created, could comprehend someone who has mobility issues? Is that something we could contractually? I love universal design anyway, because then no one feels left out. It's just what we do.
You can stay up.
But
Mr. Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
I just wanted to say that when you're looking at, we're talking about accessible units, there's all these different levels of accessibility, and the building code actually spells that out. I don't know that we necessarily need to get into that level of detail, but since it seems like something council members are really interested in, I wonder if having that in that language, there's type A, type B, visitable units, so they're all used for different purposes and different requirements. And since we're already requiring 3, but I'm not sure that it says specifically what type of accessibility they are. I would just caution that it sounds great to say that we need to do those, but it all comes at a cost. So additional accessible or universal design standards, or all those things do have a price tag. So we just need to keep that in mind and balance how many units we think are going to be needed for that, and not waste those additional costs on units that don't need that.
Thanks, Councilman Armano.
Mr. Chair?
Councilman Pui.
Wouldn't we're talking about the 1B, right? 3 affordable units are ADA compliant, wheelchair accessible. Wouldn't this next part of the sentence solve what some of the council members' concern are brought up, and more if dictated by residents' needs? So isn't this agreement already acknowledging some of the needs that some of the council members are seeing? Like, if there's more need, this agreement already contemplates that they're going to add more than 3, right? Wouldn't this already just acknowledge that?
Councilman Pui, I kind of agree, and that's, I think we're asking, Tammy's going to go back to TOSA on that part of that, because if you want to make it wheelchair compatible, it already has to have the no ramps on the doors. The doors have to be wide enough. The shower facilities already have to be in there, but there's probably other things for the wheelchair that aren't in there. So I agree with that. Tammy's going to come back after talking to TOSA, because my concern is we have a 4th person who needs a wheelchair compatible house. There's a house open, but it's not there. How long does it take them to transition that house into allowing them, and also make sure that they don't keep that person out on the street, because, hey, it's less expensive to just move someone else who doesn't have those disabilities into the place. So that all, I think it goes back to the point of making sure our language, and from Kimberly's earlier point, we want to be able to point at something and say, this is what we meant by that accessibility. So I agree with you, and that's why you also don't want to have a universal or a specific number for each individual house, because then that kind of ties you to, hey, I need 10 people who are colorblind, and I need 10 people who are this, and I need 10 people that. That's not going to work out. So it's kind of going back to Tammy with the TOSA on clarifying those concerns that we have here.
Great. And
These are great points.
TOSA has committed to not turning away people based on accessibility alone, so we can add that language in too. And then we'll come back with the additional information.
Thank you.
Okay, so if we go back to this list, number 2 was the term sheet that we have already talked about to some degree. We could hit it again at the end if you come up with any additional questions. We covered number
Mr.
3,
Chair?
which, I'm sorry.
So, Fowler.
I don't know if you want to go through the term sheet at the end again, but I do want to bring up a concern that I have with the term sheet.
That you,
Up to
Timing
you.
is up to you.
let's go through this list and come right back to that one. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
well,
Yeah.
So number 3, we did talk about as well, which is the intent is to provide housing. This is not meant to be a program. So we want the services and the enterprise that can support the housing to all be developed together. We did put in there for every 10 residential units constructed, at least 9 shall be affordable units, which would mean that you couldn't construct all the staff housing or the community in housing first. The 9 out of 10 is sort of an arbitrary number, and I don't know if you feel strongly about that or if you just want to agree to the concept.
Well, you gave them 10% already is for staffing, so that's 10%, so that's 90%.
Yeah.
So
We might, if we want to include the community in that count, we might want to revise the 9 out of 10. But
I would like to make sure that the first 10 are actually housing, not the inn.
okay.
Yeah, staffing and housing. 'Cause
Staffing and housing, correct.
Yeah, just
first.
not the enterprise.
Right, that's what I mean.
Chair, can I?
Councilmember
So I agree with you, like the part that we're talking about is that this is meant to be housing, but I do want to reinforce that there should be programming components, and I think we've said that, but I want, especially for those from District 1 and 2 who are listening in, to understand that we are not absolving. This is not like a containment area where people are just going to be left to live. Like programming is heavily part of what we're expecting from them, although this is not, a resource center or a therapeutic center. But this is an actively engaging community that will have programming components while solving a housing issue.
Yes.
That's a fair assessment, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
We've also included in here that participation, though, in the services programming social enterprise is voluntary on behalf of the resident. So this is not a program where they're required to work in the social enterprise, for example.
And council member, I think that ties really well into item number 4, because what that says is that the operation of the residential units and the supportive services will be continual during the lease term, which really ties to that concept that it's not only housing, but also services, and it's that community, and both need to be operating continuously during the term of the lease.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, along those lines, I have a question. So, originally, from what I understood about this proposal was it's going to be different than TOSA. On the east side, it's going to actually do housing for the chronically homeless, but also for the mentally ill. And that's when we all raised the brow, because we're like, if you want to do that, that takes more than just a house. Like, it will take services, and like really good services that can actually help this very difficult population. And so if that's the case, and it's not therapeutic, so my guess is if it's not therapeutic, then this is just housing. And so then we don't have to worry about the rest. but it's going to be a difficult situation to deal with a difficult population. So that's when I'm like, does this group have the capacity to do that, or do they need to partner up? And then we ensure that they partner up with a good service provider that will have that capacity to help the mentally ill and the chronically homeless that are struggling mentally with trauma and all of that stuff. So having that said, if they're going that route, if we're going that route, they're saying, no, you're going to help this difficult population, we'll give you the land for it, you figure out the housing, and we'll help you figure out the service provider, or you tell us what service provider you're going to partner up with, but it has to be in writing, because if it's just a thought, we'll partner up with a service provider in the future that might help us.
So if you would return to the transmittal from a week or so ago, TOSA is talking to a number of service providers, including Valley Mental Health.
Yes.
And, do you remember 4th Street Clinic? Okay. And I think one other, where I think one of the requirements that we have somewhere, and if we don't have it, we need to add it.
It's Sugar House Dental, so Valley Behavioral Health, 4th Street Clinic. None of them are hard commitments yet. Okay. They're still negotiating with TOSA. But in the original term sheet, it does say that the on-site location of services must be provided by professional service providers as evidenced through an agreement.
Okay.
So the administration would verify that there is an agreement in place. It also says that physical and mental health providers shall have the appropriate licenses, and other service providers that aren't, physical or mental health may be provided with, but they must have appropriate training and following industry best practices.
Okay, so it's there as a condition. Hey,
and those
we want to see
agreements
the
will
hard
be
commitments.
like a condition of operating the
Great.
services.
Love it. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Other questions? Moving on. All right. So we covered the continual operations, which is sort of you can't go dark and not house people and keep the property, right? You have to keep operating. We've talked about transportation to off-site supportive services must be provided. So that's also mentioned in the original term sheet, that there will be a connection with other service providers as needed. I think this just specifies transportation. Oh, let's see. Sorry, I'm scrolling all over the place. Okay, so the bottom of page 2 would be occupancy by residents promptly following receipt of a certificate of occupancy or the equivalent. So what we're...
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, Council Pui.
Can we make sure that we matching what is being read with what is being shown on the screen for those that are not in the room?
Oh, yes. Yes. Hold on.
Thank you for that.
Sure.
Taylor, if you can go to page 2.
We're right
We're at the bottom there.
we're
At
right there at the bottom of page 2.
Number 6.
So the point of 6 is that once the units are constructed, we would like them to be occupied as soon as practicable. They will be screening residents and through the tenant selection process. So there could be, some hopefully very small delay between when the residence is able to be occupied and when it is actually occupied. But we don't want resident units sitting empty. So we're asking them to, try to tee those up as promptly as possible. If we go to the top of page 3, which is the annual reports, we have a number of reporting requirements. And if we look at 7 and 8, these are not necessarily things that you might want all incorporated into the ground lease, but the idea would be things that you might want to consider on an annual or other review to make sure that the village we covered 3 main areas. 1, financially viable, so to cover how they are, whether or not they're actually able to support the village as they expected. The second one we've proposed is social outcomes of the target populations. are we reducing the number of chronically homeless individuals and improving well-being? And then the third category is neighborhood level. Is there a positive impact on the surrounding community? So we have proposed a number of potential metrics here of things you might want to look at. I would suggest that the documents should incorporate the types of compliance and review you want to look at, like maybe those main three categories. You might want to leave yourself some flexibility in what the actual metrics are you're asking for. But we can also include these with the caveat that you can revise them as you see fit. But would you like to go through the different potential metrics that you might want to look at?
Kimberly, may I add, Mr. Chair, may I add just some context? The administration talked with TOSA about these metrics in determining success of the pilot project. So it would be things that we are looking at before we initiate an additional phase with council. So in our discussions with TOSA, this isn't the level of detail we have contemplated reviewing on an annual basis, but it would be part of a larger review before another phase is initiated.
Thank you. And I would, maybe the first time I would like to have an annual, the very first one. Yes, I want to have the first annual, and I would probably like to just keep it at an annual basis because I don't think, and then, but also the caveat of we can adjust some of these. Some may not be worthwhile, too time consuming, and not really cost effective or needed, but others could be added to it. So some caveat that says we can adjust the list and then be more specific on what we're actually asking for on that list. So that's kind of confusing. Councilmember Fowler?
Sorry. I think I see what you're saying, Mr. Chair, but to me it seems that if we're going to put that in a contract, then that's a rough... I'm not a transactional attorney, but it seems like that would be a rough thing to put in a contract of like, we want you to stick to this unless we don't want you to stick to this.
Yeah, I might suggest that the council in its conditions for the public benefits analysis focus on the three categories: the financial feasibility, social outcomes, and neighborhood level. And the contract could have information that supports this, including but not limited to type language, so that you all know you're getting a report every year that hits on those three main topics, and how those are packaged have to touch on these subtopics, but they might have other information too, as long as you're getting those three categories. Does that get you where you need to go? Okay, great. We can work on that.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Councilmember Puy.
Yes, I will agree with that. Having this information given to us annually is important. I also want to note that some of the neighborhood level information is information that we can access through the city. This won't be information that TOSA necessarily would access, like public safety and code enforcement, and so those things that we can potentially find out by ourselves. But I think it will be useful information to have, and it wouldn't create a lot of work for them, but for the administration to come up with this report. But I think this is important for the community. These are some of the issues that the community is the most worried about. So if this is going to happen, this level of transparency is expected.
Thank you. And this is also for we can adjust this after the pilot program and go, we adjust the plan after we attack. Councilmember Pizzo.
I'd also like to make metrics not contingent on behaviors we already know are not awesome for Westsiders. So police calls are a terrible way to gauge what's happening in our neighborhood because we don't have a behavior, a communal behavior of reporting that way. So whether that means asking for additional patrols over there or finding some other metric, I would like to make sure that we're capturing the most accurate data without forcing another behavior modification on the west side, please.
I think I'm sorry. Do you mind? I think some of these, the idea was to try to measure maybe changes before and after the development, but I think you raise a really interesting point that we could talk more about.
Well, and I think one of the biggest concerns I know coming from the Poplar Grove Community Council is experiencing what the resource centers experience, which is a lot of loitering around there, whether it would be RVs or other people. Right now, our baseline is 0. No one is loitering in that area because it's an open field. We could take other baselines that will definitely improve, like the number of dead tires left in the field. We're definitely going to decrease those. But that's a baseline. We can go and evaluate the community ourselves and we can put calls in there, but I want it weighted way down, understanding that our heat maps always require our police to do much more critical thinking about how to serve the community because of the way West Side residents view reporting to police.
Okay, thank you.
I agree with that. I think we should keep the calls. I agree with Councilmember Petrushio. Sorry, Mr. Chair. I just went for it. I do want to make sure that we keep that in there. I suggested to keep, this was one of my suggestions from the beginning. So I want to make sure that we keep it in there because it gives us a baseline. It does. When we're talking about calls, we're not talking about that parcels of calls, right? Yes, that parcel, no one is calling about from that parcel or to talk about that parcel in particular, but we're talking about the surrounding area. And that's something that we need to come up with a rubric to measure. So, and I think that Councilmember Petrushio does bring up a very good point about trying to measure all these impacts in other ways. How do we do that? That would be very interesting to come up with.
Thank you, Councilman Fowler.
Thank you. And I think as a sort of a response to both Petro Eschler and Councilmember Petro Eschler and Councilmember Pui, I think Katie's suggestion sort of captures everything. And what I envision, if I may, is that the suggestion is that in the contract, in the language of the contract itself, it says you have to report on these 3 things, right? These 3 umbrella level things of financial feasibility, social outcomes with target populations, and what is impacting the neighborhood level. And then what I have seen in my experience here, and that I think we can do, is then when that report comes to us, we get to say, wait a minute, we're missing something here. Can you go back and find that information? Or wait a minute, but putting and you have, in my personal opinion, putting it, and this Kimberly also brought this up, there's sort of being vague and having the umbrella kind of allows us to have flexibility rather than saying you have to put police calls in there. And then it's like, well, we put police calls in there, right? And again, Katie brought this up. One of the magic phrases in transactional law is including but not limited to, right? Where we get to say, this is an example. You can add more things. But then again, the beauty of having this report is that it comes back to us, and we do this all the time. We've done this with audits. We do this really with every report that comes to us, is say, this is really great information, but we're missing X, Y, and Z. Can you please go back and get us this? Or in the next report, this is really what we want to focus on. And I think having that broad umbrella with these ideas of what we want, right, but not in that language, reaches all of those goals. And then we get to kind of guide the conversation once that's there, right? And we all do it all the time of like, yeah, that was great information. Oh, by the way, you didn't answer any of my questions, so go back, right? I mean, or whatever it is. So I think as we're having these discussions, keeping out of the weeds a little bit and creating some of that flexibility for us and council members in the future is incredibly helpful.
And I just also kind of want to point out, thank you, Councilman Fowler, on the list here, the big 3, and underneath these sub-bullets, it says potential metrics. So we're not dictating what metrics. We're saying these are potential metrics. These are some ideas. But it's the 3 big ones, 3 big categories that we're really kind of focusing on. So it does say potential metrics here.
And so in that vein, giving flexibility, under the community one, I would just like to make sure that we are responding to the actual community's concerns and not what we perceive as their safety. Make sure that we're our neighborhood hears a lot that the statistics are going down, but our experiences don't always reflect that. And so I'd like us to show good faith that your experiences and the metrics are going to come together in this project.
If I may, I think the point here is to be able to present you with the kind of information that you can then interpret in the way that is helpful to determine how you think the property is doing, like what the impact is. Is it accomplishing what you wanted it to? You get to interpret the information in how you want to.
All right, thank you.
There are also some annual reports that are compliance type reports. So, are all of the residents or how many of the residents meet the income requirements? How many of them meet the AMI?
AMI, yeah.
The area and median.
Standard occupancy and income eligibility reporting that any affordable housing project is required to do is already included in the term sheet. And just to reiterate, we came up with those metrics and have talked with TOSA about them, contemplating expanding beyond the pilot project. But I think the administration tried to keep in mind that this is a ground lease that will last 40 years. So the types of metrics you may want to see today will be completely different in 20 years. So I don't think you want to be too specific.
Okay, we ready to move on? So I'm going to go to 10, which is almost at the bottom of page 3, which is a ground lease will require TOSA to maintain all of the improvements that it builds within the village. So that would include all the buildings, homes, street, gutter, everything. Those are all going to be private. We describe what the units look like a little bit here. They're anticipated to be either studio or one-bedroom units with private baths and kitchens, fully furnished, including housewares, and then maintained in good repair and compliant with applicable law. So something that you previously mentioned is sort of habitability, and how do we know that these are not becoming really rundown slum kind of places. But so that will be in the ground lease.
Mr. Chair?
Councilmember
Number 10, when we're talking about maintenance of all improvements, are we talking also about snow removal?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. 12 hits on something we've already talked about, which is the voluntary nature of participation. 13 just hits on employment, and we will require TOSA to comply with all applicable laws. This would just call out employment and non-discrimination laws. Top of page 4, we will include all standard city contracting terms. So that would include insurance, indemnities, condemnation, other liability allocations. And then we just say other terms as reasonably recommended by our office, so that we have the ability to negotiate things that might not be on this list, but that are in the best interests of the city. Number 14 we've talked about, but operating a bodega or a similar grocery type store where, we want to make it clear that these are sort of food essentials available there. 15 was something you discussed in your last meeting, which was the city does not want to provide future financial contributions to operation of the village. And then, of course, future phases will be approved by city council. If they wanted to do a lease, and that lease is below market, that would have to come back to city council with a new public benefits analysis. So it's just reiterating those points. And then the last condition we've suggested are adequate security measures for the village and the surrounding community. I think those are probably in discussion. I know that there have been discussions about like safe fences and patrolled security guards. I think that, I don't know how much the city of that wants to dictate, and I think there's a lot of discussion about the atmosphere that you're creating inside and outside of the village. And so I think if we say that it, it needs to be adequate so that everybody is safe and there's not a negative impact on people inside or outside, that's really what we're going for.
Right. I think that, yeah, you don't want to make it look like it's a, right. We got this big chain link, razor sharp fence up. We want it to be inclusive and also kind of, it's a neighborhood.
Yeah, right. So that was our list of potential conditions. Are there things that you also want to add or other concerns we haven't addressed?
Councilman Pito.
This feels almost superficial compared to all the other stuff we've been talking about. Is there a way to promote water-wise landscaping as we're doing this, recognizing that we're adding population density and water usage requirements?
To my knowledge, we haven't addressed landscaping in the plans, and I think we could do that probably in both the development agreement and
It'd be nice to
lease.
exempt them from some of those things that we're struggling with in ordinance and like set a tone there. That would be a template for water-wise.
We definitely would take planning's direction and their landscaping plans and things like that.
Councilman Baldomores.
Thank you. So this is a question for maybe for both of you. So let's say this project is amazing. Let's say it goes as planned. All of a sudden, there's a renewed interest in this part of town. We have a lot of people saying, we want to build here, we want to do this shop here. Actually, we changed our mind, and now we do want to put that big supermarket that the West Side has been waiting for 20 years because we see this valuable village now. So now we see it as a positive. Now we want to be there. But by that time, I'm not sure when, Salt Lake City will be built out. We are constrained naturally, geographically, so we go up. But before we go up, we'll fill out all the spots of vacant land that we have, little by little, and then we go up. So somebody says, hey, you guys built 8 acres or 20, and now you still have like 20 or, sorry, so how many acres is this, 60? So let's say we had a lot of acreage available, and somebody says, now I would like to talk to the city and see if we can do that big, amazing supermarket, or more housing market rate, or another affordable housing project that it's not related to the village. But now we enter in this contract that is 40 years, and we're bound. Like, we can't really, we will be breaching the contract if we said to this new group, yeah, for sure, this is a great idea, it's economic development, it's another public benefit. So I guess my point is, do we have an out if this is what may happen in the future? Like, if all of a sudden, meaning I don't want to bound future council or a mayor that they're like, oh shoot, we committed to this group and it's doing great, but we also have these new opportunities that will be beneficial for the neighborhood. And so we're going to have to wait for 40 years until this is over, or pay them so we can get out of the agreement. So,
Thank you for that question, Council Member. So by committing to a contract and requiring one party to operate this village, and we in turn committing to give them the property for that certain period of time, we've engaged in a contractual relationship. And as long as they are doing what they say they're going to do, and we are doing what we say we're going to do, then that contract can't be terminated unless it's breached or unless both parties agree to terminate. I think if there's a point within a 40-year period when both parties say, we think we want to go a different direction, or we think we want to change the density, or we want to revise this or amend this in some way, certainly parties always have the opportunity to renegotiate contracts. But if everyone is complying with the terms as written now, then without being in breach, that's the deal that we are striking.
and so is there any interest by us or by TOSA to say, hey, maybe we don't do a 40, give us a wiggle room, give the city wiggle room, because maybe you're so successful that in 20 years things may change. like we might need this piece of land for something else. Go ahead.
So remember too, this ground lease is for the initial pilot phase.
Okay.
And you're not obligated to use the rest of the property for anything at this point
So
in
it's just
time.
the 8 acres.
It's just the
40 years, 8
Yes.
acres. Okay.
So if you had some development that came in and you decided that you wanted to lease the city property to a grocery store on some other part of this, that's a decision that could be made.
Okay. So we're
So-
not, so
And
it's
on
not
the-
the whole
Yeah,
thing.
that-
right?
We
Thank
are
you, I'm sorry.
talking about
Great
rezoning.
clarification.
We are talking about rezoning the full 28 acres.
Mhm.
That's different from the ground.
Right. So you can always, though, if you rezone the entire parcel, which is what you're contemplating, I believe, and you had a use come to you in the future on some vacant portion, you always have the opportunity to zone it something else.
Mr. Chair, if I may,
Thank you.
I just want to express the administration's position in our discussions with TOSA. We're working, it's an informal partnership at this point, but it is, as you know, contemplated to be larger than the pilot phase. And TOSA is raising a lot of capital and putting considerable effort and time and funding into the pilot project. So just wanted to state that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Councilman Fowler.
So do you want to return to the conditions that
Yeah,
are in the term sheet, and then we'll go back to the remedies, if that's okay? Okay.
Yes, please, thank you. You read my mind. So the term sheet, the issue, I'll start. Well,
Page 5.
The term sheet starts on page 5.
starts on page 5. I will
Yes.
get to the area that I,
Oh, yeah, sorry.
sorry. On page 6, subsection 4, tenant selection.
Yes.
I appreciate and recognize like subsection little I, but where it says that can be a preference for individuals with a commitment to sobriety, but may not deny housing to protected classes pursuant to federal and state fair housing laws. I fully understand all of that. I have my lawyer brain comes in here, and being a trial attorney, this sounds like a very easy like Batson objection that never gets. And that's, sorry, lots of legalese right there. But it concerns me that one could be turned away on the basis of their non-commitment to sobriety. But in reality, and I'm not suggesting that TOSA would do this, again, this is my legal brain here, but in reality, it is on a different basis. And I don't know how to fix that or how to address that. And I think this language does try to get there. I'm just sort of throwing out some of my concerns. And with that, with the tenant selection, again, I know that we're writing in throughout this that, you know, you have to follow fair housing, you can't discriminate, these things. But I also wonder if there's something within the conditions or within here that could address that in a way of, you know, and I don't know if this is already within our city ordinances, but if you are a landlord, you have to have information available readily to your tenants regarding their remedies if they want to make a complaint, right? That information is readily available. And I don't want to get too far in the weeds, knowing that there's sort of a back and forth, but I feel like that needs to come up, because if we're looking at a population that is chronically homeless, I think one of the things I have seen in doing some of the volunteer work I've done is that, and even people not homeless but are just renting, don't know where to get the resources if something has happened, right? And if the idea here is to create this space where people can have these resources, and if there is a complaint, I want that to be readily available for people without this idea of like, no, we just, there's no complaint there. And again, I don't know what that language looks like, but that's why I'm throwing it at you guys. am taking off my attorney hat and putting on councilwoman hat. So,
And Councilmember Fowler, that's a really important point. The Fair Housing Act is a really important law that we care about very much. And so we absolutely will take a look at this language and make sure that not only in word, but also in practice, that the tenants have the resources they need to understand what their rights are, and that also that's reflected in the city's contracts and our relationships with the providers too.
okay, thank you. And
Did you have one more term?
I do.
Okay.
And then the other,
You want to add something?
Well, I, again, don't want to speak for TOSA and could get clarifying information through an email, but in the administration's discussions with TOSA, it's not like a resident would have an instance where they fail to meet sobriety commitments and just be put out on the street. TOSA's committed to working with clients, finding resources for them to regain sobriety, and will, from what I've been told, will have several opportunities to do so before anything is contemplated about a tenant needing to move on. And if a tenant does need to move on, TOSA will coordinate those resources so there's an appropriate place for them to go instead of just being, evicted and, saying good luck. And I recognize that we may need to put more of that language in the contract so there's a clear understanding of what's expected. But I just wanted to clarify what the administration's discussions with TOSA have been. And recovery housing is the model that they are following, and that is a recognized type of housing by HUD. It's like a balance, a kind of combination of sober living and permanent supportive housing. And so it is walking a fine line with federal fair housing laws, but it is a recognized type of housing by HUD.
and I appreciate that. And again, if it were someone other than TOSA and another organization, and we were entering into something that is a pretty brand new model, I'd be asking these same questions, no matter what the conversations that have been had elsewhere. I fully recognize the commitments and the conversations, but I think that it's important when we're entering into something that is brand new and is this pilot that we're looking at some of these things that concern me. And again, going back to contract language, I certainly don't want to make this so inflexible that, we're thwarting our own good cause. But I think there needs to, if there are ways to put a little more teeth in it where there are concerns that I see. And again, if somebody is like, oh, Amy, don't worry about that, fair housing already covers that, then fine. But it's not, and I don't see the negotiations, right? But so I appreciate that. And again, it's not that I don't have full faith in the conversations that have been had, but I think these are important questions that need to be asked. The second one is subsection 5.6. I did do my Roman numerals there, but the tennis lease requirements, number 1, on the month-to-month basis. This, again, is a concern for me, and I don't know if this is something that we can go back and have some discussions with TOSA about this, but, I just keep looking at the population that we're really attempting to target and not wanting to create, whether we mean to or not, hurdles that people end up having to go through that then sort of counteract the good work that we're trying to do. And a month-to-month basis scares me, and I think in some ways kind of creates an instability for people where the idea is to create stability. And so that, just throwing that out there for everyone, that is something that I'm hoping maybe I can get more answers about it or have some further discussions on that.
I don't know if this would be appropriate to propose, but it may be most beneficial to potentially have a small group meeting to talk through some of these. Would that be appropriate?
Yeah, because there could be other options between, longer leases something of that nature. Yeah, that'd be appreciated. Yeah. And just council understanding, we're about an hour behind, but I don't want this discussion to be short because this is a very good discussion and it's required and it's mandatory, not mandatory, but it's necessary. It's very necessary for us to have it, but just realize that we are.
I think we're almost there.
Right.
I guess my question would be, are there any other comments or concerns about the existing term sheet where you would want us to bring back changes? And it seems like we might have covered all of them. And then the last section would be the bottom of page 4. I'm going to echo Katie's presentation of this on the development agreement, which is if TOSA was to default under how they were operating under the ground lease and not comply with the terms, then we would have remedies that include kind of a suite or a menu of different things that we would evaluate at that time to see what might be appropriate as far as enforcing the city's, conditions, and also what the right legal remedy is to obtain the outcome the city is looking for at that time. So I know you're concerned about how do we actually enforce those, and I think we're leaving ourselves as much opportunity here as we can. So that's all I have. I'm happy to answer other questions.
Wait, that's it? What?
What?
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kimberly, Katie.
Pleasure.
Council, we're taking a break. We'll be back at, I'll give you 5:15. Ali, 5:15. And as you're probably all aware, we are behind schedule. We had a great, robust discussion on the other side village and some other matters. So we're going to delay and item number 7, which is the alley vacation at approximately 925 South, 1200 West, for another council meeting or a written briefing. We'll get more on that one. And also, due to some constraints of other some briefers, we're going to move on to item number 10, and we'll get back to item 8 in a few minutes. But first, item number 10, which is the state legislative briefing, and we have Kate Bradshaw to present us on this briefing. And Angela Price. Kate, it's all yours.
Thank you. It's great to be with you today. I was asked to give a little bit of an update about where things stand from the lobbying team and external government affairs perspective. So I'm going to run through a whole bunch of updates and then get to kind of a meaty one. Please feel free to ask any questions you want to ask. The first is we are working jointly with the staff here on spearheading a new bill tracking system. We have been wanting to make sure that we could find a tool that was helpful to both the internal and external teams here at the city to track relevant legislation. We have been evolving from using a Google Doc system that was a little bit of chaos to something that we think is going to be more robust, more transparent, easier for your internal staff to be able to provide analysis, fiscal analysis, policy analysis, and easier for the lobby team to be able to turn that around quickly and have it be a useful tool at the Hill. So Cindy Liu has been helping guide that process and has been a great resource. We're just about to the point where we're going to be training departments on how to use the tracking system, and then we'll move on to training the external team on how to use it. Most of you are aware we have made an effort to do outreach to the legislators that represent Salt Lake City with efforts on homelessness that the city has undertaken. We did 2 meeting options with legislators in June. We've done 2 in last month in September. Some of you were able to join us. Part of our efforts to make sure that the Salt Lake City legislators are aware of all of the efforts that are taking place and how they reflect back into the things the state is considering in terms of homelessness. Just in general, we are planning to do 2 options for legislators to have kind of a pre-session preview of the issues that the city would like to have on their radar before the legislative session begins. We'll likely look for options either in early December or in January, just before the session starts. We would invite any of you that want to attend and put an extra exclamation point on any issues with your representatives at the state capitol to join us. Next, we have been part of a planning group to build on the efforts of Salt Lake City's Housing Summit, that we were the lead organizing entity and hosting entity for a housing summit in January. This time, the housing summit is going to be November 2nd in Ogden at the Eccles Center. Angela and I have been part of that planning group to talk about how we do kind of a full range of housing, the full continuum of housing, and the different policy and pieces that are in play that we hope the legislature will be aware of, from attainable housing to homelessness and everything in between, and to build on that summit where Salt Lake was kind of the lead organizer. At this point in the interim process, we've relied, quite frankly, fairly heavily on your internal staff to look at a lot of the policy requests that have come through. They've needed the technical expertise that your staff can provide versus kind of the generalist and relationship role that your external lobby team plays. We do have a couple bills in process, one dealing with speeding and red light cameras that Senator Jerry Stevenson has agreed to carry. We also have worked out a micro loan open and public meeting issue with the Media Coalition on Language, and Senator Bramble has agreed today to be the sponsor on that bill. Now to the meat of what is coming up that has had a lot of your internal staff working fast and furious in coordination with the league, and what we think will be the major focus of the legislative session. Every session has its themes. This last session, the Great Salt Lake was a major theme, and the drought. The 2023 session is shaping up to be a lot about land use. And so we anticipate that that's where a lot of the lobbying efforts will have to focus. There's a new process in place at the legislature in combination with the governor's office. The Unified Economic Opportunity Commission, UEOC is the acronym. This functions kind of as a new super committee, quite frankly. The governor, the speaker, the president, the majority and minority leaders serve on this committee, along with some of the governor's cabinet. And the main commission meetings are open to the public, but the work groups and the subgroups are not. And a lot of really important policy work is happening in those groups. There is some staff that is able to attend and has been named to those groups, particularly those that are participating in housing issues. But there's a lot of these that are perhaps not as transparent and as easy to insert concerns into as we would like. The UEOC met last week and actually moved forward 30 different fairly meaty policy recommendations for the legislature to consider in the next two interim committee hearings in October and November. I'm not going to hit all 30 of those recommendations, but I wanted to highlight a couple that I know are on your radar collectively, and therefore on the radar of your staff and on the lobby team. In one of the work groups is water, infrastructure, and the environment. Lots of discussions about water reuse and using lagoon systems to recharge the Great Salt Lake, tinkering with the secondary metering programs because of the number of entities that have applied, but also the pressures of inflation and the different caps that have been in place that haven't allowed the funding that they authorized for secondary metering to fully take place. And that secondary metering is, again, aimed at being smarter with our water and directing a lot of it at the Great Salt Lake. Also, some legislation that may come on regional water planning and funding for regional water plans that we very much have on our radar. The Growth and Transportation Subcommittee. This one had a pretty significant policy recommendation that we wanted to place on your radar. You are all familiar with PIDs, public infrastructure districts. A new idea was floated in this committee and was moved forward as a recommendation to replace PIDs with DIDs. So if you're keeping track of acronyms, this is a developer-led infrastructure district. This district wouldn't require a vote of a public body. It has some nuances to it, but it does function largely like a PID would. So this is one that your staff from the planning, the RDA are already thinking through some of the concerns and the issues that we want to make sure that the league is aware of as that issue continues to ripen and perhaps becomes an actual bill during the legislative session. Other items that came out of recommendations in that policy area included reducing the required local match for active transportation projects so that more of those projects can move forward. That match requirement is apparently a struggle for some smaller cities. And so tinkering with those active transportation programs and what those matches would be, along with funding for the Olin Walker housing program to make sure that there's emphasis placed around high capacity areas for either transportation or around centers with access to services. So we've got that on our radar as well. And then everyone always likes to talk about the fifth. There's the 4 quarters, then there's the fifth in transportation funding. Perhaps some adjustments to how cities could share in that along with their county counterparts. And then a whole host of transportation funding ideas from perhaps allowing a transportation utility fee, a retail delivery fee along the lines of what Colorado has adopted with their 27-cent delivery fee on things like Amazon or DoorDash deliveries, adjusting the gas tax rate cap, an acknowledgement of the study of zero fare transit and what it would take to potentially move that forward, and then whether or not the road usage charge is still the vehicle that everyone is aiming for and the best one to be considered. The group that has absorbed most of the attention and was the most interesting of the presentations in the UEOC was the housing affordability work group. Keep in mind that work group then has 3 sub-work groups. There is a work group to deal with rural housing issues, low-income issues, and attainable housing issues. The proposals that were recommended on the rural side and the low-income side largely were able to move through as recommendations. Not to say that some of them don't maybe pose some challenges from the perspective of Salt Lake City, but the attainable work group recommendations were probably the most interesting because the co-chair for that work group, Senator Lincoln Fillmore, pointed out that there was not consensus of the recommendations and was therefore choosing not to move them forward at this time. And there's a pretty wide gap of the ideas being forwarded by that work group between those that the Property Rights Coalition would like to see and those that the negotiators for the League of Cities and Towns, of which we have some input, would like to see. And I phoned a friend and brought Angela Price up as well, because some of those are fairly controversial items, and if you wanted to ask questions, she's more of a policy expert and can deep dive into some of those. But they include things like whether or not there might be injunctive relief or attorney's fees for a city that fails to comply with HB 462 or might face the loss of their B and C road funds. They want to play a little bit more hardball with the city's general plan and with zoning. They want to include infrastructure standards, or development standards for infrastructure, perhaps starting with residential roads and the width of roads and standardizing that statewide. They want to continue to consider different incentives that municipalities are applying for commercial and residential properties. There's still some concern that municipalities might be more interested in incentivizing commercial properties rather than residential developments. So I'm going to just hit pause there because that's kind of a lot. But this process, this UEOC process, and the way these proposals are moving through as recommendations from the governor, the speaker, and the president gives them a lot of momentum behind them. And so that is why I say that I think this year's theme and where your external lobby team will be spending a lot of time and resources will be on these items, and likely that your internal staff will be spending a lot of time doing the deep dive on these different policy ideas and how they align with or don't align with or would create burdens for Salt Lake City so that we can be prepared when the session starts with good information and good data.
Thank you, Kate. Any questions for Kate, or are we gonna, Angela, were you gonna touch base or on the attainable working group stuff items?
I'm happy to answer any questions that you guys may have, but I think Kate covered a pretty broad overview of where we're at on those issues, but happy to get granular on any of the concepts if you'd like me to.
I'm just going to touch base on the final one on the bottom of the list of the attainable group, the down payment assistance program expansion. Does that have a sponsor, or is that it's still just in?
The way they forward them is they forward them as kind of block motions, and they are forwarding them to specific interim committees. So they haven't yet there's a few of them where they have identified sponsors. For instance, short-term rentals will be Representative Musselman. But not all of them have sponsors, and they might get rolled into, like we saw with HB 462, a really big omnibus bill where the pieces are moving back and forth for most of the session.
And the down payment assistance program, that's a recommendation coming out of the Commission on Housing Affordability. So that likely, I'm assuming Senator Fillmore will be running that bill, as he's the chair of the Commission on Housing Affordability, or the CHA. The proposal for down payment assistance is for to expand the police assistance program that we got funding for this year. And it would be for teachers and firefighters. It'd be a one-time appropriation. I believe it was $1 million recommended for firefighters out of the general fund. And then it was, I want to say, $9 million recommended for teachers out of the education fund.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Wharton.
On the short-term rentals, can you talk a little bit about that? And I guess what I'm wondering is, are legislators concerned about short-term rentals competing with affordable housing? And if if we're going to push forward and have more ADUs, aren't they concerned that those are just going to be used for Airbnbs, or is that not a concern for legislators?
The first thing I would probably mention is that I know several of you are planning to attend the League of Cities and Towns conference that starts tomorrow. There is a league resolution on short-term rentals, so I encourage you to take a look at that and be ready for it tomorrow. Short-term rentals are complicated. I'll speak high level, then I'm going to pitch it to Angela. There is, I think, some acknowledgement of the competition with affordable housing. There are some areas of compliance that Representative Musselman appears poised to explore. For instance, one of the issues that's been talked about is the large platforms are supposed to be collecting transient room tax for these properties. But if somebody has a one-off rental to a friend or uses KSL.com some of the time and Airbnb some of the time, they're not capturing those taxes. And so some acknowledgement that that's a problem, and the tax commission is aware and how you might work through that. We have the issue of how you make sure they comply with local zoning. That's still a sticky problem. Whether they're willing to go much further in that discussion of affordable housing, I don't know that they are, but I'm gonna send it one over.
Phone a friend. So there is an acknowledgement that short-term rentals are having an impact on housing stock and housing affordability in certain parts of the state. In Salt Lake City, Salt Lake County, I think our short-term rentals are about 2% or so of our housing stock. In Grand County, it's, upwards of 60%. So you can see there's quite a disparity there. Now, that doesn't mean that there aren't a lot of issues here in Salt Lake City with short-term rentals. But I think there's what we heard during interim committee and what we're hearing from Representative Musselman is there is that acknowledgement that in certain parts of the state this is certainly an issue, and how we address that as a statewide issue is still being debated. I think that from our perspective and what we've been talking about, from the city's point of view, is that we aren't able to enforce these in the quickest and most efficient means possible, right? So we aren't proactively enforcing, but if we have a complaint from a neighbor, we want our code enforcement officers to be able to enforce short-term rentals in the quickest means possible, which mean going to Airbnb or VRBO, which currently under state code they're not allowed to do. So our enforcement officers are having to spend a considerable amount of time building a case against the short-term rental, which is costing the city a considerable amount of money. So we are certainly fighting to get what's called the not well language, which is our inability to be able to use VRBO, Airbnb, Craigslist, whatever, for enforcement. So that's one of our first big pushes that we're asking for. We also want to maintain our local land use control and be able to allow short-term rentals in certain parts of the state in certain parts of the city, because we certainly recognize that they're an asset, right, to our community. But we also want to make sure that they're allowed that we're able to prohibit them in districts that we want to prohibit them in. So those are the things that we're working on right now. We're working very closely with the league. Myself and our code enforcement officer, Antonio, participate in a subgroup that is focused on short-term rentals, and then the league is our advocate with Representative Musselman working on what these negotiations will be. So this will likely be moving very quickly as well, and we certainly will keep you guys posted and continue coming back to you as we refine the scope and figure out what our sandbox is and what our negotiations are.
Okay, and my second question might be more of a question for Katie, and I don't know if you can answer it, but where are we on the shot clock with the Inland Port contract? Isn't that date coming up?
Yep, thank you for that question. The city, the RDA, and the Inland Port Authority are required to execute a contract by the end of this year, December 31st. At the staff and attorney level, the negotiations are just about complete, and so we anticipate that you all will be seeing that document on all of your agendas, both RDA, Council, and Inland Port Board, relatively soon.
Okay. So in the spirit of that, is there lots of talk about any changes to the inland port, or do you think that legislators are anticipating that we're going to meet the deadline and that we will accomplish the goal of not having like perennial inland port changes?
At this point, the inland port is dealing with obviously a change in board structure that you all are very aware of. They're dealing with a change in executive director. They're dealing with the first round of a legislative audit that was fairly critical of some of their actions. I think there could be legislation aimed at those audit findings about how the port operates in terms of Utah procurement law and those different types of structures. I'm at this point not anticipating any type of inland port legislation that would impact the Salt Lake City inland port relationship. But I do think there could be legislation related to those audit findings. That's kind of the normal process when an entity has undergone a legislative audit. Is there some recommendations that they do certain things to correct their actions, and any of those that are tied to a state statute recommendation might come in the form of a bill. There may be a number of things that they are asked to do and implement policies that they can just do internally. But it's in terms of the relationship with Salt Lake City, all of the reports have been very positive about the work towards the contract, and I'm aware of several of the outreaches to kind of reset some of those relationships at a staff level in terms of the land use authority Salt Lake has related to the inland port, and making sure that that relationship is better going forward with new leadership from their executive director and some of the shifts internally to the staff as well.
That's good to hear. I've never felt these feelings going into the legislative session before, but I will.
Well, full disclosure, I remind them every chance I get that Salt Lake City should have a vote, that our labor and commitment has been substantial, and, I wouldn't be opposed to asking them to do that.
Any other further questions for Kate or Angela? Thank you very much, and I look forward to seeing you guys the rest of this week. All right, appreciate it. All right, Council, we're going to move back to number 8, resolution of fiscal year 2023 sustainability holding account funds, the electrified transportation. And Sophia's here, and I think Sam was probably online. Oh, Sam's not here.
He will be, there's Sam, and he's only going to be here for a few minutes.
All right.
Because he's heading out.
Thank you, Sam. It's all yours.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Brief intro. 3 funding requests are before the council tonight in the context of the remaining holding account items from the fiscal year 23 sustainability budget. The first item is $214,000 for installing publicly accessible electric vehicle chargers on city property and public right-of-way. This is a request for funds for installation of new public access electric vehicle charging stations in the city. The second item is $150,000 for study and assessment evaluating opportunities to incentivize public adoption of electric vehicles. This is, again, a study and assessment of city strategies for meeting carbon emission reduction goals outlined in previous council resolutions, as well as the most recent Resolution 45 adopted in the year 2020, and there are policy questions on that point. The third funding request is $150,000 for the city fleet and assessment of projected internal EV charging needs. Internal to the city, infrastructure, logistics, and other requirements related to the ongoing electrification of the city corporation's internal fleet. And again, those goals are articulated in Resolution 45 adopted by the council and mayor in 2020. For context, the department's request for an internal charging study will clarify coordination about internal city charging stations and those provided for ongoing public use. The council might wish to discuss and clarify the main point of contact or the main point of decision within the city on the topic of electric vehicle charging. So what's the decisive authority within the city in terms of where to place these stations and how to plan them? Next, the department indicates the expectation that some or all of the $214,000 requested for installation of EV charging stations could be reimbursed through grants from government and private sources. For example, the federal government has made funding available. Other partners like Rocky Mountain Power have signaled the availability of reimbursement funds. So there's a policy question on this point. That's number 5 specifically. Next, the question before the council regarding these funding requests bears heavily on socioeconomic equity, access or in the future to reduce greenhouse gas emitting vehicles where owners are not in a position to purchase an electric vehicle. The question being, will the currently proposed studies or other studies in the future consider that question specifically? And finally, federal and other funds have recently been made available, and we touched on this earlier, for electric vehicle infrastructure and incentives. This is highlighted in the last policy question staff report. The council might wish to consider implications of new funding availability on the topic of EV infrastructure and incentives. So, in other words, are there funds other than city funds available to do this work? And does the council want to look into that more in the future? And with that, Mr. Chair, I'd ask to turn it over to the department. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Sophia.
I'm happy to answer questions. Maybe that would be the best way to go. I guess I could just say outright that the $214,000 that we requested for EV charging infrastructure is proposed match funds for any federal or other private grants that we would apply for. So it's my understanding that we do need to, it's best practice to request those before we apply for those grants. So I apologize if there is confusion about any of our language. But that is what that money is requested for. And then the 2 studies, one is a study to look at meeting our fleet electrification goals. And the second one is to look at exactly some of these other questions: is where in the city are there gaps with charging infrastructure, other resources? Where is appropriate for the city to step in, and how could we best work with other partners? I will say too that the federal opportunities are incredible right now. It's really exciting, both with the bipartisan infrastructure bill or law, and then and the Inflation Reduction Act. Most of the funding for EV stations and infrastructure is coming from the bipartisan infrastructure law, and those funds are dedicated through state and other local government entities, and so I do not believe there would be another entity that would be able to use those funds to make use of them. So that's why, in part, we are proposing to do these studies so that we can have a very good case going forward for how and whether we want to apply for those grants, which are coming up end of this calendar year and beginning of next calendar year. So with that, I'm happy to take questions. And I really do appreciate all of your thoughtful consideration on this.
So the 214, does that represent a one-to-one match in what we're applying for then?
So most of the grants, a lot of the guidance hasn't been formally released yet with the federal grants. They often have a 20% match requirement. And we've also seen, so Rocky Mountain Power's fluctuate. Let me just look at my notes here. Rocky Mountain Powers has included about 60 to 75% of what Rocky Mountain Power will pay for. DAQ also has match grants out right now, and that's 50% of the project cost. So it really varies, and that's why we applied for, we requested this funding to hopefully leverage as many of those opportunities as possible.
And should we not get a grant, that money just will stay there for the next opportunity?
Yes, and we could have a conversation as to whether the council would like us to front the whole cost, but I think it's very unlikely that we would be doing that.
Councilman Fowler.
Thank you. So from my understanding, the 150 for this study and assessment to incentivize public adoption of electric vehicles, that's kind of what I'm hearing is do this study so that we're prepared for when federal grants come up and we can have this is how we're going to do these things and this is why we deserve the money, in layman's terms-ish. Will this study include, if on the staff report, something that was brought up and has been brought up interestingly throughout different times that we look at EV stations is policy question number 3, which includes city funding for EV incentives and whether we want to go, what that looks like through an equitable lens, as we've talked in the past, and I think several council members on the side have talked about this. I'm sure it's going on in a more national conversation of, are we incentivize people that already have the privilege to buy a electric vehicle, and is that fair? Right. Yeah. And so does this study incorporate maybe the pros and cons and best practices and or what other cities are not doing as we look at this from an equity standpoint?
Yes, I think it's a really important question and something that the study will examine, as well as it's a topic we're thinking a lot about now. I think there's a few thoughts that I have on that. One is that the main incentive that we have right now is the city installing these stations, providing the electricity. Just for reference, last fiscal year, we spent about $21,000 on that electricity. So it's a very small amount of the total electricity bill for the whole municipal government, but I think it's a really important policy question as to when it doesn't make sense for the city to do that anymore, and that was something that was previewed when we made the decision to take away the fee back in 2018. So that's point number one. I think point number 2 that is just so interesting right now with all of this new federal money coming out, not only for charging stations, but the Inflation Reduction Act has a lot of tax credits available for residents and businesses. And one of the really exciting things is that they, for the first time, have a tax credit for used electric vehicles. So it'll be $4,000 for used electric vehicles. So they're doing a lot to try to make it more accessible and affordable for hopefully as many people as possible to purchase these cars. There's a lot of other details in there as well. There's income gaps as well on those tax credits, and the total cost of the car can exceed, I think it's like $55,000 or whatnot if it's a new vehicle. Point being, electric vehicles are cleaner to operate and to own than their conventional fuel counterparts. And so there's a huge economic incentive for people once they actually own an EV. It's much cheaper, not to mention the clean air benefits. And so now, with these new federal resources coming with the Inflation Reduction Act, we're also going to be seeing more people able to afford EVs, both new and used, as well as the tax credit will be available at the point of purchase. So from everything I've been reading and learning about, that's going to dramatically expand the number of people that are able to afford and access those EVs from the get-go. And so the statistic that was mind-boggling but very exciting is that by 2030, they're estimating that 40 to 80% of new car purchases will be all electric. And so that's not very long. And we really want to make sure that the city is taking a careful look at what should we do to ensure that there is equitable charging across the city, that it's not just in places that have EVs now. And so so they don't miss out on that. And then all the other questions about how and where and whatnot. So I hope that answers your question.
No, that's really helpful.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilman Wharton.
So I definitely support releasing the funds. I know we need more chargers around the city. But two issues regarding compliance and chargers, and I know that's not what we're talking about today, but I'm going to bring it up anyway. Like there are not enough chargers downtown. In addition to that, there are a lot of electric car users that park at the same terminal every day, all day, and prevent anybody else from charging there. So that's a problem. And then the second one is that there are a lot of cars where the charging plug doesn't reach the charging port in the car. And so those people try to park like back into a parking place, and then they get ticketed by compliance because that's the only way they can charge their vehicle. So I don't know how we reconcile those issues with compliance. But in addition to needing more charging stations, I would like sustainability and compliance to work on those two things.
Yes, thank you. And we have been talking with compliance, and we'll have some more follow-up conversations about those items. And we are looking at when we put in new stations or when we replace stations that need replacing to get those cords to be longer. And right now we do have a web page with some guidance for residents who are experiencing those problems. So I'll make sure to share that with council.
Oh, we do? Okay, yeah, please.
Thank you.
The other council members asked my questions, so I don't have to ask them again. Any other further questions? All right. Thank you very much, Sophia.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Sam. Moving on to item number 9, annexation of approximately 2200 west between 2800 north and 3300 north. And we have, well, the Nick and Nick.
The Nick
Nick
and
Tarbett,
Nicks.
you can introduce Nick Norris.
I was just going to turn the time over to Nick Norris because this one came really quickly. Let me pull my notes. Sorry here.
I guess I can start. So this is a proposed annexation along 2200 West that many of you are probably familiar with, a prior proposal to annex the same land into North Salt Lake that was formerly called the Misty River annexation. This proposal would annex the land into Salt Lake City. Tonight you're being asked under our state law to accept the application or not. If the application is accepted, all it means is we start the process. If it's denied, it means there's no annexation. So pretty straightforward, and it's roughly, I think, 160 acres.
62.
160. I said roughly.
Yeah, well. I gave you
162 acres precisely. But anyway, so it's a pretty significant piece of land that's mostly agricultural right now.
And we do have a map, Taylor's or Scott, they're working to pull it up, just for a reference of where it's at.
Councilmember Pietro.
Nick Norris, this area is covered by our current North Point master plan.
It is.
So this would bring more of that unincorporated county territory under our purview for that master plan.
It is. It's also part of the city's annexation plan that was adopted in the late 70s.
In the annexation, they still have to, we annex it, we go through the whole process, but it does not deal with the rezoning. The rezoning is afterwards.
No. So the zoning, if the council gets to the point where they're ready to approve the annexation, the zoning is actually applied at the time that annexation is approved, because all land in the city has to be zoned. And so we can't accept land into the city that doesn't have a zone with it. So that we have to do it. Then it's actually outside of the normal zoning amendment process.
So you're saying that when we're going to approve the annexation, we're approving it going from ag to M1?
That's the proposal. So that will be analyzed and considered through the process.
Through the process,
yes.
Right? Not through this first vote.
Not tonight.
Exactly.
Tonight is simply just whether or not you want us to proceed with that and accept that.
Exactly. We're just proceeding through right now.
It doesn't.
I just want to make that clarification that we're just proceeding now. The rezoning is not taking place.
Correct.
We do have the applicant here if there's any questions for him. Jason Head's in the audience if there's any questions.
You guys good?
I want this real bad.
Nick, Councilmember Wharton.
Just what about the unincorporated area, like sort of L shape that's at the top and then down? Who owns that, and what do we know anything about that?
So that is, I don't know off the top of my head that ownership, but one thing that the county asked us to do with a previous annexation that's working its way through the process is to consider eliminating the islands and peninsulas that are within the city. And so we are working on a city-sponsored annexation because most of that land, at least south of here, is city-owned land, so we can meet the threshold requirements. If we don't own any land as a city or we don't meet the thresholds, we can't do the annexation on our own. So we kind of have to wait for those property owners or have those property owners start that process.
Wait, so are you saying the city can or?
So we can if we're a significant property owner.
Okay.
And
like on this L where we're like surrounding the whole thing basically, except for the little neck.
So we are not the property owner on the north half of that. We are in between what was commonly known as the Skinnell development and the airport. Most of that is Salt Lake City owned land. And that is what we're working on.
Got it.
So that's the largest peninsula right now in the area, and becomes almost an island with the other annexation, the Hunter Stables annexation. So we're trying to actually address all of that. We're going to be hopefully sending out notice to those property owners to start meeting with them to figure out if they're in support of that and if we meet those thresholds, and so we can start that process.
Okay, and then that also is covered under the same North Point area plan.
Correct.
From 40 years ago, or wait,
Yeah.
however long.
And the one that's going to the Planning Commission in a few weeks.
Great. Okay, thank you.
All right. Thanks, Nick.
All right.
Nick, appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, council members, we're moving on to item number 11. A board appointment of the Police Civilian Review Board, and Jeremy Beckham. Jeremy?
Yes, I'm here.
All right. Welcome to the City Council. And thank you for applying to be on the Police Civilian Review Board. That's a very big undertaking, and I appreciate your desire to serve on the board. Tell us a little bit about your reasons for wanting to join the board.
Sure. So I've lived in the Poplar Grove neighborhood of Salt Lake for over 10 years. I'm passionate about civic engagement, good governance, and just want to serve our community. I think that law enforcement serves a necessary role in our society, but it's also important that law enforcement have legitimacy in that authority. And I think a necessary element of that is democratic accountability. And so this is something that I think is a really important thing, this civilian review board. I also believe in the importance of due process and think I can fairly and rationally apply city and state rules related to use of force or other issues that may arise with our police. So, I thank you for this opportunity. I honestly consider it a privilege to be nominated and considered for this board, and I promise I'll take my role and responsibility very seriously.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. Any questions, council members for Jeremy?
Mr. Chair.
Councilman Pui.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention, I'm sorry my camera is not on right now, but I just wanted to thank the applicant and, we need more voices, strong voices from the West Side to participate in boards, and I appreciate this application because I'm very excited about this. So thank you.
Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you.
And I echo that, Jeremy. Thank you very much for wanting to serve on this board. It's a very important board. You have a lot of responsibilities on it, and I really welcome your desire to volunteer and serve the city. You'll be on tonight's consent agenda. You need not hang out until then, but you're more than welcome to join us if you want to. But thank you very much for your time and efforts.
Thank you.
Council members, we're moving on to item number 12, the Human Rights Commission, and we have David Lita. I always say Lita.
Probably the most mispronounced name.
Exactly. And David is from District 6. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us tonight, and thank you for wanting to
Well,
be on
your stamina, I understand you've all been here
and
since
thanks for
at
wanting to
least-
serve on the Human Rights Commission.
Thank you. So
Please-
my name is David Lita, and I am honored and privileged to be considered for the position representing District 6 in the Human Rights Commission. You'll probably want to know why I even am considering this position. A couple of reasons. First, I think all residents of any city or community have a responsibility to give back to their community in whatever way they can. And this is one of the ways that I think I can give back to the community. Secondly, I've been a resident of Salt Lake City since 1973, almost 50 years. I've seen a lot of changes in this community, and I think for the most part, they've been very positive. But I have a firm belief that for the city to continue that trend, to make the city livable, desirable, attractive as it grows in the next several decades and beyond, it needs to embrace diversity. It needs to embrace fairness and equity as a fundamental principle of its policies, both executive and legislative. Because by doing so, I think it makes the city attractive to a wide variety of talent and background, and that's going to make the city a better place. I think the Human Rights Commission performs an important function, not exclusively, but an important function in helping the city, both legislatively and in executive policy, achieve those goals. And I think that's important. What's my background? I'm a lawyer. I've been practicing law for 46 years. My background is in dispute resolutions having to do with financial problems. I'm a bankruptcy attorney. And I have spent my career dealing with very emotionally charged financial situations with the goal to try to find common ground between positions that are often very disparate and very emotional. And I think I've been very successful at doing that. And I hope that I can play a small role in bringing that experience to the Human Rights Commission and assisting them perform their duties. So that's me.
Thank you, David. Questions for David? Thanks for volunteering. I appreciate it very much, and I appreciate your passion for it and your very thoughtful words. Again, you'll be on tonight's consent agenda, and you need not stay up for the formal meeting.
Is that going to be at 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock?
It'll be closer to probably 8 o'clock. Maybe, yes.
May dial in.
Yes, please do. But thank you very much for volunteering, and thank you very much for your work.
My privilege and an honor. Thank you all.
Thank you, David. We made some time. Council members, we're on item number 13, report of the chair and the vice chair. Councilmember Monomoy, you have any updates?
I do not, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
All right. I do not have any updates. Get your flu shot. Go out and enjoy the nice weather. The leaves are changing. Standing item number 14, announcements of the executive director.
We have, after tonight, we have 6 council meetings left through the end of the year. Always interesting to know. And in November, we have requested your availability to see if we could work around some scheduling problems for the November meetings. So what we have is Thursday, November 10th, and that would be RDA and work session and formal meeting. So Thursday instead of Tuesday. Yes, am I saying the wrong month? Sorry. Okay. Thursday, November 10th. So Tuesday is the election night. And then Tuesday, November 22nd is the week of Thanksgiving, unfortunately. But that will consist of a work session, a formal meeting, and a Board of Canvassers meeting. That's the date by which the Board of Canvassers information will be ready. So we don't have the option of meeting at a time other than that. That's it.
And we will not be meeting on the 15th.
The only thing we're canvassing is the bond.
All right. That concludes our work session meeting. Well,
Mr. Chair, are we entering into another closed session?
are you guys good? You up for one? Sure. All right, let's do it.
Am I going to need a different link for that?
Okay. Yeah, we'll send you another link for that one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry.
Yes.
Is that a yes?
Yes. So I'll need a motion to enter closed session.
For purposes of real property disposition,
Yes.
acquisition, and advice of counsel is the motion I'm making to move into closed session for purposes of real property disposition and acquisition and advice of counsel.
Second.
I have a motion from Councilmember Fowler, second from Councilmember Wharton. Any discussion on this item? Seeing no discussions, roll call. Councilmember Fowler?
Yes.
Wharton?
Yes.
Morse?
Yes.
Pizarro?
Yes.
Pui?
Yes.
Mano?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. That is a unanimous. We're going to be moving into closed sessions. We're going to be changing the link, the hyperlink, and we'll go into closed session, and then we'll do dinner. And we will, but this also is the formal end of the work session meeting. We'll be starting back up after the closed sessions in the formal meeting at 7 p.m. Thank you.
I just got a new